moment remaining till we get the Canadian manufacturing PMI. Ten seconds. $49.8, $49.8, and taking a look at the market on open imbalance, 5 million to the sell side.
Morning, guys. Got tech leading on the day with us pushing into our last Tuesday's value low here at 533.75, already over our previous session's value high on NQ. Watching as we push into 315 on ES to let us know if we're going to want more or not. We've got a pretty large disparity between the three right now, with Russell leading down, NQ leading up. This most likely our short-term resistance here at 548 to 533 on NQ. Watching to see what happens as ES pushes into this 315. It's 48. Seeing if this is a local top or not. Get out of here. We're doing pretty well for the Russell falling and then keep pushing up. Yes is holding pretty well. Let's see if we can find a base for RTY here. Some of our old lines from last trading session.
In 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, we get the US S&P manufacturing PMI final forecast 52.5 on the prior of 52.5 with a range of 52.8 to 52.
This is ES into our 315. See if we can get over NQ over, let's see. Target above this is just like what we're looking for here is acceptance over this 15, the ability to build, and then the ability to then push to our 20 to 23 target, just like last session. That's going to be kind of our level in the sand if we see any sort of supportive build over 15 here. Just gonna have to watch to see how NQ reacts as we push into the 71. What I'm looking for is Russell to kind of really find a bottom here. As soon as NQ pops, right, without the Russell pushing, we're gonna have a really hard time keeping up momentum. So we need to see and actually show a supportive level and not just do zero structure, push up. So what we're looking for is acceptance outside of 315, the ability to build, either a flag to happen, and then a rebid above 315s. Same thing with NQ over 48s or over 92s. We're just looking for a break outside of value, and then the ability to see structural hold like we want to actually continue. If NQ keeps up with zero structure with Russell falling, as soon as ACK or NQ stops pushing, you're going to have a really hard time keeping up. Second, figure out what it wants to do. There really isn't too much on RTY until down to 0.8. That's kind of what I'm watching for the most part, for Russell to find a low or recover some of our levels from today. Watching as we react in here. And ES pushing over our 315. Again, we want to see acceptance over 315, the break of that balance. And then I want to see us hold. The reason why we care about that is we want to see us wanting to get outside of this previous range. If we see acceptance outside, it's a good sign of trend and continuation up. If we are trapped within this balance, then we will continue to trade within the balance, right? Then we have our parameters set. See if NQ pops out here at our 92s, or if we can push up to that 621. Russell finally attempting a low. Cool.
In 5 minutes time at 9:45 a.m. Eastern, we have the US S&P Manufacturing PMI final with a forecast of 52.5, a prior of 52.5, and a range of 52.8 to 52.3.
You guys have a good weekend? Anyone do anything fun for Easter? Just worked? Well, that's, I don't know if I call it fun, but okay. Welcome back. So again, we're looking for acceptance here outside of value. So we'd love to see 92s hold as supportive here on NQ. We'd love to see yes be able to find support at 315, right? As the Russell comes back up to try to get over this 44. We want all of these to kind of happen at the same time and just see some short-term flags form. Show acceptance outside of this balance area. I don't really want us to return inside, or we have the potential to come back down to about 67s on NQ. So I'd really like to see us be able to kind of find a supportive hold here. Just keep in mind that if NQ no longer has steam to continue up, you will need to wait, right? We will need to wait for NQ to find a low, or we get continuation, as NQ is what is giving us the print right now. The upside, all of our momentum. And if we want that to shift at all, we're going to need the Russell to be over that 44, or this will be our resistance. You can see that we rejected right on our previous session's value low. Why I have that marked as that 44. Either we find acceptance back in yesterday's rate, our last session's rate, right? Or this will be our resistance where you expect sellers to be. So this is kind of just a really easy pivot to find. All we do is mark our previous session's value areas. Either we have acceptance inside our previous session, or it will be our resistance. So until we see a push back in and acceptance above, it's going to be a really easy level to keep an eye on. Act as our resistance, right?
One minute remaining.
News in 1 minute.
Seconds. $51 spots 9, 51 spots 9, that's lower than forecast 52 spots 5.
So far, holding our ES15s, doing what we want. Russell trying to flag, still waiting for acceptance over our 44s. Need to see a responsive bid above that, back in our previous session's value. But good acceptance so far on ES and Q. Just waiting on the Russell to figure out what it wants to do. For attendees.
Shortly expecting the results from
Why is this guy so
the
quiet, man?
sale operation.
Nothing I can do about that. Still just waiting on ES and Q to find acceptance. Russell needs to breach the 44. Get back into previous value. ES attempting at value high. And Q attempting at value high from our previous session.
Those interested.
No waiting. So far, NQ double topping. Remember, without either the Russell back over 44s or NQ making a new high, we are going to have a hard time getting any sort of continuation as of yet. Our most bullish hold right now would be ES finding a supportive bid here at this 12 to 9, 12 to 10 area. That's our 30-second opening range high, as well as the mid of this previous balance, our last session. So what we're looking for, ideally, is either just clear supportive bid back over our 15s, or a push down to this 12, right? Immediate bounce off this, recovery of our 15s, and then continuation on. Down. Looking for something like that, actually. trends.
US Treasury yields extend rise after the US S&P global manufacturing data. 10-year yields last up 9.1 basis points at 4.285%.
TSM leading us up in SMH.
In 10 minutes time now at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we do get the US ISM manufacturing PMI forecast
Anyway.
48.3 on the prior 47.8 with a range of 49.5
Nice,
to
man.
46.6. The ISM manufacturing prices paid forecast 52.9 on the prior 52.5. The US construction spending month over month forecast 0.5% on the prior of
So far holding our
0
30-second opening range
0.2%.
high on
ISM
ES
manufacturing
at our
new orders
12s.
index forecast 49.8 on the prior read of 49.2, and the ISM manufacturing employment index prior read of 45.9.
We're just looking for acceptance back over 15s here on ES. We don't want that to be a resistance. $70. Second for H. There's not a ton to talk about until we see the Russell either over those 44s or NQ finding a base. So just kind of waiting for PVZs to develop in our first 30 minutes. Seeing where we can settle. NQ showing a bit of weakness with semis no longer straight up, right? ESM leading the market up. SMH, our semi sector. And TSM so far finding a top, right? So we need to see where this will show a supportive bid to continue its momentum. You can see on the TSM chart with POC above. So POCs are always going to be orange. Value high and low are going to be marked at the daily, are going to be marked as the dotted line. But just by looking at our profile right now, you can see that we have a selling POC, right? Up in the eye of the profile. So we have sellers positioning in the upper quadrant of our profile. And until we show that as supportive, think of that as we're going to be able to pierce through. Right. This is now expect sell side to be present. So if we know that sellers are positioning up at these highs we know that buyer value is down at this low. This is where our POC shifted at this 41.19, and we know that buy side value low is at 40.78. So there's going to be two things that we watch here. TSM. Do buyers continue to show support here at this low? Push back up to our value high? Or will this become our resistance and we'll have to find some sort of structural retest level below this? We can kind of just show this as our current range between these two lines. Strong side above. Again, just waiting on the Russell to be over this 44. No acceptance.
Manufacturing PMI forecast 48.3 on the prior of 47.8, with a range of 49.5 to 46.6. ISM manufacturing prices paid forecast 50.
I have it up on my stream anyway, so it's not a big deal.
52.5. US construction spending month over month forecast 0.7% on the prior read of minus 0.2%. US ISM manufacturing new orders index forecast 49.8 on the prior read of 49.2, and the US ISM manufacturing employment index the prior read of 45.9.
Watching NQ back into these highs. Love to see a supportive hold and retest of our 93. Watching our 15s here on ES. On this look above. Russell still in the exact same spot. NQ just flagging again, just waiting, needing to see if we can get over this top. Right, we have our POC being built at this 93-94 area. We have our value high and our ETH high above us. Just seeing if we can flag it out or if we're going to come down to this value low up area first before we actually are able to get the breakout. Being patient.
According to a survey, OPEC March oil output falls by 50,000 barrels per day from February to 26.42 million barrels per day. One minute remaining. I'll leave you with the US ISM manufacturing PMI.
News in 1 minute. Don't expect much until news comes out. As of right now, positioning wise, it looks like everything wants pullbacks, like some of this poor structure, but if news is incredibly bullish, of course, that won't matter. You have positioning waiting right now for a news release.
Ten seconds.
There's your
50
news
spot
candle.
3, 50 spot 3, that's higher than the forecast of
Right into our
48 spot 3.
PVZ.
Manufacturing prices paid 55 spot 8, 55 spot 8, higher than the forecast of 52 spot 9. US construction spending month over month minus 0.3%.
Watch Russell here
minus
into our
0.3%.
low, NQ into our
That's lower
low.
than the forecast of 0.7%. Manufacturing new orders index 51.4, 51.4, higher than the forecast of 49.8. ISM manufacturing employment index 47.4, 47.4. Taking a look at the markets, seeing some upside movement in the dollar, a little bit of whipsawing to the downside in the S&P 500. So treasuries extend slide after the ISM factory gauges top estimates.
Again, looking for a supportive hold of our 30-second opening range on ES, this 12. We're just looking for this green box to be able to hold, and we're looking for a supportive bid and push over this 15-16 area. As soon as we get that, we'll have the ability to get the hell out of here. Everything is just in a flagging state, waiting for NQ to get over this triple top and show a supportive bid over our ETH high or our Russell to get over this 44. So acceptance back into our previous week PVC.
So
Till then, we are stuck
Treasury
here.
10 to 30-year yield to rise 10 basis points on the day. It's also worth noting the US ISM manufacturing PMI coming out of contractionary for the first time in 16 months.
If I had to guess, we're going to have to wait for TSM to find a low. Looks like we're probably going to have to come down in this area here, just to let us know if we're going to get continuation or not. Again, remember, TSM is carrying the market. It's up at like 6% almost at the time. So we've given back almost a percent here. So we're waiting to see how we react into this one. If we can hold that, everything looks fine. If semis start to show weakness, right, we're gonna have to wait for those to either come down to find some sort of mean where it is reverting to, or we're gonna need to see another sector start to put in some work. Semis are no longer that. Really watch NQ here, 67.75. This is our value low. I'd love to see a supportive bid step in here. Russell into our 135.20 as well. We want to see buyers care about this area. If we don't, we will back down.
US Treasury 2-year yields hit a 2-week high after the US manufacturing data, last up 6.5 basis points at 4.684%.
No longs for me until I see TSM find a low. This is now the area where I'm starting to look though. Trade value. Yes, APOC, the gates. We need to see acceptance back over 67 on NQ though. Again, Russell never broke out over our 44s, so we have no sort of bullish momentum on that one. And NQ lost all steam, our top with SM topping. So until these things find lows, there's no point in taking longs. It's just pushing down to a previous structural level. TSM is coming down into our supportive level at 141.05. And our monthly AVWAP, just need to see if we can get this bottom here and NQ can get back over 68.
We have posted out the US ISM manufacturing PMI March report on the feed for all those interested.
We've got some pretty large deltas on an ES at 310. We need to see a push above that and then a supportive bid, or expect our offer to try to hold this. Same thing for NQ, of course, as well. Want to see acceptance back over the 68. But we're testing basically the low of our balance right now.
And we have also posted out the US construction spending February report on the feed for all those interested.
Yeah, either see acceptance back in today's balance, back over our value lows, or we will get continuation down. So really just watching TSM and NQ here lead up, as they are the only ones that have maintained value. ES attempting our value low, trying to get back in this 310, 312. Russell also trying to get back into value low. So again, really relying on tech right now with our TSM bottoming. See a push over 42.10 here, our POC, or a continuation, or this will be where our offer or our seller is sitting. here long on NQ from either a hold of in recovery of 68 or from the 48 low. I would definitely move stops up as we push in RTY session. Expect that to kind of be toppy until we see supportive bid over that. Yes, trying to get back over as well. There's just not a ton here, and with divergence between everything, and that's kind of slowing down a bit. We either find acceptance back in today's balance, or we'll kind of drift down until we see a buyer step in who actually is serious. TSM still trying to get back up. We're looking for, again, this low to hold on NQ. So as long as we're holding this value low, we're just looking to see if we can hold a supportive bid. So if we see buyers continue to find value here, we're fine playing up to this 93. We just have to be careful with ES and RTY. Just want to point out again, as soon as we find the leading stock on the day, which is TSM, right? We identify a low on TSM. We see that TSM coming into that low in Q's bottom and RPOC. We see that on ES as well, into yesterday value low. Like, we just need to identify the thing that's moving the market, and then all of a sudden we have a pretty strong pivot to play off of. We're now at our next target for TSM at this 42.10. This will help us determine if we're going to get continuation or if this is just a relief bounce from semis finding a low. But this is kind of the confluence that we're looking for. We find the leading stock on the day. We see TSM is just mooning right straight up, right. We see a popping form. We then identify a local pivot, which is our 104, our 140, 105, right. We determine that this is potential for a flag. We look to see if a base will form here, and as soon as we start to see that bid and that bottoming come out, we can then identify, watch my cursor across all of these, a low.
So the pound and the euro both fall 0.4% to the lowest level since February 16th.
We're now looking to see if TSM can hold this 42.10. If we can retest our value high. We get continuation on the day as soon as we're able to show a supportive bid and a recovery of our value high. If not, then this will be the top of our balance. I'm looking for buyers to show a supportive bid again in this 65-75 area on NQ, especially with the Russell coming down into that 27.8. I want to see both of those find a low here, ideally. Especially if TSM can hold POC as support, should help us find a significant low. See if we can find a buyer as we push back down into value here. Looking for a buy here at value low 67.75. If the Russell can find a low here into 27.8 and TSM shows a bounce, and can get a bid. Still waiting on TSM and RTY. Russell just gonna keep going down forever today? Is this?
So just taking a look at the fear and greed index, 74 out of 100 signaling greed, and the crypto fear and greed index, 79 out of 100.
Alright, well, I've got to wait till 503 now on NQ or a recovery of 55 to 70. Those are the only two options. This is our previous session value, 7.8. If we don't recover this, I just see us going to 119 from. Same with NQ down into this 505, 510. There's nothing here until that. .505 is our 30-second opening range high on NQ. That's my next look. Again, NQ's, we need TSM to push, so find a bottom there. There's probably one more leg. We can't get back over. Tribes. Yeah, it's fun. I don't know. Okay. I mean, it's worth the $6 for sure. It's a bit easy. My only problem with it. I wish the bosses had a bit more mechanics. But yeah, the free servers with 10 people co-op is not bad at all. I mean, you can't beat that deal.
The Treasury 5 to 30-year yields rise at least 10 basis points on the day.
Not a huge fan of this move yet. We need to see acceptance back over 55-70 area on NQ for really any more upside, or just expect our seller to reoffer as we push into our value low. So right now, you either expect sell side to defend this, right, this node, and push down, or we get acceptance and then we come back up to our 67 area. There's not too much until we either see a rebid of this or we expect resistance here. Still waiting on the Russell to get back over. Again, not a ton here. Expect this to be where your offer is sitting on RTY. Change the color of this just so we have a bull path. Want to lift over this 48, then a strong bid to hold here. It's gonna do it, or again, this will just be our resistance where we expect sell side to be on NQ. We either recover these value lows, or I expect one more leg down. There's really nothing. Watching TSM as we push into our value high here. I think ES probably has the cleanest price action on the 5. If we see, we're just trying to, sell side is trying to basically 3-bar this down off of our previous buyer. So either this buyer is able to maintain this low, or we now have the sell side stepping in where buy side was previously accumulating, and they're now off sides. And now our offer is now holding where our buyers were participating previously. So if we can't get back over this 305.50, right, 305.50 to 308, and show a supportive bid and hold above this level, we expect one more leg down, which is why it's what I'm saying. We either recover and show buy side willing to defend this area and push us back into balance, or this will turn into a 3-bar to the downside. And with TSM at the highs, right, like it's either we break outside of value or we maintain value, and that'll be kind of like the top of our oscillation for tech. Pretty big deal. Russell still just channeling down until that ceases. You're reliant on tech for continuation up. I don't think they've changed the micro limit.
So according to a Bank of Canada survey, 40% of firms expect inflation to remain above 3% for the next 2 years, down from 54% in Q4. According to the same survey, 27% of firms expect Canada to be in a recession over the next year, down from 38% in Q4. Recent indicators of future sales improves. A balance of opinion was +4 compared to -10 in Q4. According to the Bank of Canada Q1 business survey, outlook shows firms reported business conditions improved slightly. Uptick reported widely across nearly all regions, sectors, and
yeah, it makes no sense.
According to the same survey, 17% of firms think it will take longer than 4 years for inflation to return to 2%, down from 27% in Q4. And consumers think interest rates will decrease over the next 12 months. Bank of Canada consumer survey expectations for 5-year inflation have risen to 3.12% from 2.62% in Q4. A separate Bank of Canada Q1 survey on consumer expectations show 52% of Canadians expecting a recession over the next year. It's down from 61% in Q4. 24% of firms reported outright decline in sales over the previous 12 months. It's down from 39% in Q4. And share of firms planning unusually large or frequent price increases is declining steadily. And according to the Bank of Canada survey, wage growth remains high, but most firms expect it to slow. 74% of firms think wage growth will be back to normal in 2025.
Market's starting to move together. We're almost there. ES buyers are either able to maintain this low or we have this last leg down. Still undecided as of yet, but the overall trend is to the downside. Again, if I had to guess, we probably have to come down to 505, 510 area on NQ before we see any sort of like real directional decision. Our 30-second opening range on NQ is at 505 to 5-ish. So that's just a mean reversion. So everything's kind of back to normal after the huge tech move this morning. So once NQ has mean reverted back down to our 30-second opening range, then we have everything kind of back to a normal. And then the market can figure out what it wants to do. Semis just really pushed us up this morning. Heck. You can see off of ES what I was talking about on that 3-bar. Sellers holding that 305.50. Now you have that acceptance to the downside. So just seeing how much more we need to go. Again, really want to see this area here hold on NQ. Just back down to our 30-second opening.
So the Canadian dollar holds near 1.358 per US dollar after the Bank of Canada survey, trading at 0.3% lower on the day.
Which makes sense because you're trading real money on trade day once you get emailed. So like their risk, they are actually following like proper risk. Trade day is probably the best platform for actual like risk management. I mean, I think like 90% of the accounts on Top Step are sim, even on like past eval accounts. Unless you're like one of their like top like 2% traders, I think you're on a sim account. Which is weird.
The S&P 500 turns negative, last down at 0.1%.
CSM topping again at our value high. Very clear range defined on that. Until we break over that 142.69. Not too much more, right? Just oscillating in between balance. Market still trending down. Just waiting for NQ to find this last leg back into our 30-second opening range for an idea of where we're headed. Uh-huh. All right, so this is our opening range low. We have now done a full reversion back down to our open on NQ. This is where we can start to look to see if a bottom will form or if we'll have full trend continuation on the day. As we are into this 94 to 91s hold on NQ, or we will trade down to 85s. So we want to see a decent amount of initiative here across the board on RTY, ES, and NQ. It's going to hold, or we will continue trending down. So really looking for a bid to step in here. If we don't see a supportive bid, right, it's not looking great. We'll continue our trend down. Yeah. We want 94s to hold as support on ES. We want this 85 to hold on NQ, ideally. And then push back over 505. Looking how we react into this 503, 510. If we can find acceptance, then we look good. If our offer comes back here as ES pushes into 98s and our ORH on NQ holds, then we are not ready to go yet. This is our newest pivot. Testing our 30-second opening range here on NQ. Offer trying to hold on 98s. They're attempting. Buyer's still willing to interact.
Oil futures extend gains. US crude rises to $83.91 a barrel, highest since October 2023.
We want acceptance over 10s, remember. So then that will be our short-term resistance. Yes, we want to see a lift in the bid to be able to hold 98s with a push over 300s for upside, or we will get another leg down on ES. We have another potential 3 bar to the downside on the 5, or we have a reversal setting up, depending if we can hold here or not. So same situation as we were talking about at 305.50. What we're looking for is the bid to be able to step up and continue to be able to hold here, and we want to see acceptance back over 300. If this fails, right, we're going to have another leg down. So it is vital that buy side is able to step up here, and Q is able to get back over 10s. ES is able to build over 300 to help start to break this downtrend. I'm a big fan of where the Russell has shifted POC down to this low. Potential for a basing to occur for us to push back up to 35.20s. Just need to see higher lows continue to form here. TSM back down into our value low. We either maintain our current balance or we'll break below. And we look for the reoffer below 104.05. Like this, or we'll bounce and push back up to 110. Either our balance maintains or we look for the offer to step in and make where our buyers were previously resistance for continuation down. Either way, not a ton here other than to look for a bid. Again, 94's hold is supportive on ES, or we're most likely coming down to 85s. 85, 87. So really need to see a supportive bid. Continue to step in here on ES with the Russell holding a higher low. NQ getting some weakness with TSM failing to hold balance. So we're now really relying on the Russell to be able to hold this POC. Again, POC has shifted from above us to now where we are trading. We now have buyers attempting to hold down here, but not a ton. 94 is our edge low on ES as of right now. Watching for our offer into 85s on it, as well as our our TSM retest into 145.05. Either we get back into balance, or this will be our resistance for a continuation, like we have drawn. We get back into balance, or it will be resistance. don't know if you guys remember last session, but this was our low last session. It's 50 to 60. So we maintain that, or we're gonna go to our target. It's down at 40, 420. So we really want to see a supported bid be able to hold here, just like we did our previous session. We've now filled the gap. This is really it. And I'd love to see TSM get back into balance, but we've now done our full on NQ, so the market might have some ability to move. Want to see us get back over 86s and bid off that, and that will be our reoffer. Big test NQ here. SM pushing into our value low, still battling to see if we can get over you into our opening range low. Well, 94 is still holding on ES. Come on. You're shorting up the 30-second opening range low from 550. First risk off here. Not a ton more until we see ESM break down or ES push below 94s and hold that as resistance. So far, it's just a opening range low resistance, right? Ranging. But Grotto. New periods are just opening now. Might not have data, Boris. Sounds like you don't have data. In the top right corner, does it say, is there like an orange circle? It'll tell you how delayed it is. Maybe not on my chart because I have that off. Give me a second. Shit, how do I turn that stuff back on? Settings. Right here in this, do you see how mine's green? Check to see now if there's an orange thing here telling you that you're delayed. You have delayed data. That's what it sounds like, at least to me. Here's a fresh version of the 4pane. See if that Russell shows like an orange symbol or a red symbol next to it, and then highlight over it. It'll tell you how delayed your data is. Yeah, Robinhood soon. Well. What's up, Gab? Morning. There's not a ton here, guys. Either we find acceptance back over 86s on NQ, or that will continue to remain as our major resistance here. Short term, right? We're just balanced. Looking to see if TSM can get back over our value low. Russell just kind of mean reverting back up to our VWAP and our previous value. Just kind of rotating ticks around OC right now. ES just bouncing off our 94s, trading in like a 2-point range. Pretty ugly. Overall trend is down. NQ has filled the gap.
Price in less than 50% odds of a June rate cut.
The analysis right now is basically we either recover 86s, right, and then we see a supportive bid for a pushback up to 505, 510, or we are pushing down into this low, which is what we have right now. We see a bid at 50s. 50s hold is supportive, right? This is my low pivot until I see an offer hold below 50s. If we do, then we're most likely trading back down to 421. Right, we need to see a strong bid continue to lift off of this low from our previous session. As long as that's happening, this can be qualified as our low. But if we ever see the offer move below 50s and then a strong defensive hold from below, then we can trade in a previous range. As of right now, it's the same logic as our previous session, where this 50 to 60 needs to show as supportive. Because if we lose this, I don't have a ton of faith in upside move.
US Treasury 10-year yields hit a 2-week high, last up 13.1 basis points at 4.325%.
Yeah, it's pretty risky. You need to see, if you want that 45 to be corrected, you need like an extraordinary, or we're just gonna going down. Loss of 50s. This is a huge, it's huge for NQ. So if we do go to correct that 45, then you need to see like a trapped seller there, and then a buyer that's like
Fed bids
very
for
active.
3-month bills total $4.7 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4.7 billion.
The only thing that I see that's keeping this market afloat is if the Russell can hold value now. But right now we have TSM basically bear flagging, failing to get back into balance. So you don't have semis, right? So you need the Russell to kind of shift momentum. We need to see a rotation into that. Or, yeah, we're just going to keep going down.
Oil futures extend gains, US crude prices up by $1 a barrel.
You need to see like a trap seller as we push down into this 45. Where it just seems like we're going to 21s. Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing there. Like 50s hold and they don't.
So just keeping our eyes on the markets here. S&P 500 currently down 0.3% on the session. Dixie currently up around 0.4% on the session. Nasdaq turning negative now, last down 0.2%.
Probably one more leg. This is the Russell into value low. Retesting acceptance. Back into value. Ideally, we see a buyer here, where it comes back down to 24.50. Just like your last hope. Trend is pretty clear though. Want to see the Russell get back over 28.50 here if it's going to do it. Then bid off.
It's time now at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. We do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $70 billion of 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.23% and a prior bid to cover of 2.88. As well, the 6-month bill auction. So the US selling $70 billion of 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.105% and a prior bid to cover of 2.72. Oil futures extending gains. Brent crude prices reach $87.85 a barrel. That's the highest since October 2023.
This buyer at 50s defends, or we just keep going. Euro. Really only move here. 50 buyer who just swept either defends or offer moves down. This is good.
In 5 minutes time now at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $70 billion of 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.23% and a prior bid to cover of 2.88. The US selling $70 billion of 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 5.105% and a prior bid to cover of 2.72.
So far, buyer defending the 50. Need to see us over 61s. TSM as we retest value low again. This is our pivot, remember. Want acceptance back above this area for upside effect to our offer. Watching our 94s on ES at the same time. 61's now attempting to bid NQ off the hold of our 50s. I think if we get over 69.75, we trade back up to 8. We just look for a breach of 70s and a bid. I can do that, then 85s look pretty likely. Watching TSM, see if this sell side channel can persist. Need to get over the 70. Get back into value.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auction, I'll lead with the 3-month high yield.
Our 70s now, NQ, and our 94s, yes. Vital pivot here. One acceptance above. So far, sell side's still just offering it. The offer still holding.
Three-month high yield 5.23%, 5.23%. Bids cover 2.83, 2.83. 6-month high yield 5.125%, 5.125%, and the bids cover for the 6-month 2.85, 2.85. So the US selling $75 billion of 3-month bills, awarding 66.68% of bids at high, and the US selling $75 billion of 6-month bills and awarding 82.62% of bids at high.
Watching for the offer now to see if it's moved down to 65s and defending from our 70. 65s are now our offer, and we can't see a bid maintain above. Then we expect push down to at least 55s here. 65s is now defended. Just looking to see how this builds out. PSM still battling for that value low. Also still just sideways. So boring. Mario's got some stuff after hours today, so we're moving class to Thursday instead of aftermarket today. Just FYI. He will be on for the afternoon session. It's our first look over 70s with a bid that actually is aggressive. See if we can hold it on retest. Again, if we can see a bid hold 70s, I like 85s. Still need to see our look over 94s on ES for follow through. Bid completely dried there. Oh. I mean, it's our ETH low, but I mean, like, the bid literally just, like, dried out. We had an active buyer there that just, like, no longer is like. Back to our 65 resistance if this stays off, or. Okay, now he's just screwed. Get me out of here, man. Our last chance. 2450 on RTY, value low. We double bottom here on RTY, or this is that. It's really that simple. Russell needs to find this low. And he's still trying to maintain this 50 to 60, but I mean, the buyer is just fading every time. Doesn't seem real yet. Getting a stacked buy signal, at least it's trying to develop here on this, this candle. Need to see a strong hold of 2050, our value low on RTY. More downside looks very likely. 94 is still holding on ES, 70 is still holding on NQ. I think after our last quarter and month end and all of these other trying to say, I think we had like 5 days of straight downside after quarterly rebalancing. Be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. So defending these levels is pretty, or steeper retraces, just we're just gonna keep going. So far, I haven't seen a bid that I want to play with. Just nothing has been desirable. The short from TSM topping, and then the break back below value and retest, those were decent. And then the opening range low retest at 85s wasn't bad. But other than that, like, there hasn't been a long that's been great. Zero follow through. Buyer is still attempting from 55, 60. Seller potentially trapped down at 51 to 46. But again, we need follow through over 70s for it to be viable on NQ. It's to 84 already. Jesus. Choose. Yeah, I mean, it's only trapping you until reach back over 70s, but the seller's just still there. You have people trying to sweep us below 50s, of course. You know that that's where our local support, but like, this range is bad. And the overall trend is down, still over 85s. If you want to play 50 to 70, be my guess, but careful.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. Oh, yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. Crazy, everybody knows my name.
I think MSTR is like the second heaviest weighted thing in the Russell right now. Or in IWM, yeah. Which is just BTC. So. Yeah, I mean the price is irrelevant. But just know that like Bitcoin actually has an effect right now because of that. About one here into 84's target. Now we wait to see if the Russell can maintain this low. ES can maintain 84s, NQ can maintain 21s, or we'll have one more leg down. This POC holds, or we make it resistance, and then we trade down to watching to see our reaction here. We really want 84. I mean, I really don't want to see too much of a look below, because it just leaves a lot of room. Let me pull up the higher time frame. This is where we're at. So I want this 84 to hold, because if this becomes resistance, then all of a sudden last week or below last week's POC. It'll become resistance. 87. Right. So 87 is where we were bouncing, which is why I had it marked. 87, right? That's where our weekly POC is from last week. We want to see a look back above that. If 84s don't hold, there's really no reason to think that we don't then just spec down. I don't know, 76, 78 area. It's this edge of this node, right? Like, we really want to see a supportive bid step in and then bring us back up. If this becomes our resistance and we get back over our previous week POC, all of a sudden this is looking more so like an edge play back down to this low. So seeing a bid be able to defend 84s is pretty key for me. We can see off of our previous week profile, like, you have a split for an auction here where there's potential in this lower quadrant, you have this upper quadrant. So seeing a bid step in here is like your last chance. Ideally 84s hold though. Anything lower than that, and then it looks pretty awful. Which is why I'm targeting this area.
I'm just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears.
New low on tick as we push down into this. We're looking to see if sell side gets exhausted here and trapped, or if this is our first real transition sign break of the structure. Again, these are incredibly important areas across the board. So really watching to see if sell side can push us below and show an aggressive willingness to hold, or if we'll get a bit of sell side exhaustion here in a relief. Keep an eye on 119.1 on the Russell as we push down into this. We want to over 87s from the hold of 84s and 21s on NQ. Need over 50s on NQ. Expect that LBN to be your resistance for your offer sets. Zero test again on tick, off of our extreme. Remember what we just talked about, please. We are looking to recover our weekly POC here, right? 87s. And then we're looking for a bid over 90s. If it is going to hold slow at 84. This is first risk off on NQ. Next risk off into 70s. But we now watch to see if 50s will become supportive again. Off the hold 21s. Watch our reoffer of value low on RTY. Russell loses momentum, then we are done with the move. If we can recover value low and build, then we get continuation. Watching TSM into our value as well, 141.11. You see a lift above that, and it will act as resistance as it has the last hour and a half. Move your stops up as we approach 70s, value low. We want to see the ability to bid over this, same as before. over 70s, we can lift into 85s. Watching our retest of value here on RTY. 70 test and Q. This is where we see if buyers have any intent to push us higher, or if this was just a relief bounce off of our 84s. Our 21 on NQ. Once we get into those extremes on tick, it's just like, okay, well, we're gonna revert. Unless something drastic happens, we're just right back to our 0 tick, so no real trend change. Back to our top of our ranges. Nice job, Julian. And just like before, if you want to see 65, 60, hold bid off the test of 70s. If 70 sellers still sitting here, then nothing has changed. Push back below 65, 60, and the offer moves down. That's the same as before. What we're looking for is a shift out of our current trend, or 70s stay bid, or a push up. If that doesn't happen, our 70 seller is still sitting here, and you still respect that level, right? Validation below 60. Because we'll probably just come back down to like 49.50 at that point. We'll exit for profit. Re-enter there. Well, you're too busy trading the 10-point range from 50 to 70, right? Like, we know we have larger pivots. Like, sure, you had 20-point potential in that little area, but like, just wait for our key, or like our bigger areas where we have confluence across the board. Like Russell, ES, and NQ all coming into our pivot at the same time is something that we care about. More so than like minimum scalps. Again, like nothing has changed in the overall trend, but what happened is the Russell came down into our low, ES came down into our low, and then into our targets all at the same. Like, okay, well, either we're going to see a drastic offer that pushes below that level in the distance, right? Or we're going to see a supportive bid step in at our key pivots across the board all at the same time.
Treasury 2 to 30-year yields rise at least 10 basis points on the day.
We're aggressively trying to defend this 90. Yes. Not a ton of follow through yet, but they are decent size. Russell's still pushing. It's really all that matters. Seller is much weaker on N70 the last 3 attempts that we've done. Haven't really initiated yet. New 15s in 8 seconds. Go.
You make me smile in a dark section. Gone for a while and it put me back in. I can decide what it is about you. I know the way that you bring me back to. You make me smile in a dark section. Gone for a while and it put me back in. I can decide what it is about you.
The whole year. As we move into 85s and 94s on ES and NQ, please move stops up if you are long. Those are our pivots. NQ 8550 is our opening range low. We are currently battling for our overnight low. Still holding 0 tick as resistance. Not seeing any sort of shift in trend other than higher lows on tick, right? We have a slight bullish push, but we still are maintaining a pretty neutral state on tick itself. Need to recover these pivots, or this will be our resistance. Russell still holding our PVZ value low here at 2450, and we are battling to hold and recover our ES POC right now at 90s, 91s. We need to push back over 94s. NQ currently battling with value low in our. So again, until we see a breach above these pivots, this is the top of the range. We need to see an active buyer willing to step in at a higher price and support this bid. It's not a great first day for those that are new, but I mean, the overall trend was nice. I can see newer new people to the stream being struggling a bit today. We have some long only boys in the chat, I know for sure. Yeah, I usually am not a huge Monday trader either. I usually am about half size, unless I've swung overnight from the weekend. Even then, usually Mondays just like figure out market, figure out what we're doing in the market, and then going into Tuesday with our Monday levels is usually the way to go. There'll be plenty of opportunities though afternoon. Again, like all we're doing right now is retesting our structure. Either our 30-second opening range will hold in our yesterday value, right? Just what we're trying to get into right now in NQ. This will hold as resistance, or we'll recover it, and then we can trade the entire balance of today again. The things that have shifted in the market is the Russell has finally found a local low, and TSM has recovered our value. So with those two things, we have a bit more strength than the last couple rotations. If semis are willing to participate again, and we can see a bid willing to step in here, there is a decent amount of upside potential if the Russell can get back into values, right? We're looking for a supportive bid on TSM, which was one of our biggest momentum carriers today. So if we can recover this low on this retest, we can push back up to the highs. If the Russell continues to reject balance low, right, it's going to be hard. We're relying completely on semis to lift us. So it's just one of those things where we either see a shift here where we have RTY and NQ working together, right? Both sides in the three-way tug of war will have everything kind of moving in one, which allows for a much cleaner lift in price. Or we're going to continue to have this divergence, which is going to create choppy garbage price action. And then it's just about continuing to only respect our edges and everything else, those areas. Stop looking at individual candles and understand like location. Remember, this is a major area. If we can lift back over, awesome. As of right now, we're battling between last week's weekly POC, this week's current POC. So this is the battle right now, this node. Expecting anything other than trades within this node until either side of this breaks is just stupid, right? This is our current auction between 93 and 84. So if we ever see a push above this, we look for a supportive hold here, and then we have this entire section that we can trade back through. But until then, we are rotating around this node until we either see resistance below 84s and a hold, or a supportive bid above this 90 to 93 area. And we should be very familiar with this area because this was our resistance for most of last week. Yes? We can see how large of a gap we have here. We're trying to build out this structure, but we need to see a supportive lift to get this fill. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't play off of the 84, right, like you're now waiting to see acceptance over 94. We understand that this 90 to 94 is where we expect resistance, just again, off of what I just talked about. And we understand that this 84 is where we're looking for a bid to be able to hold. Why I said risking off my shorts here, and we are now trading between these two areas. If we can get acceptance again above that 94, like great. We are looking for a supportive bid above. There's nothing to really stop us once we've done that. Watching our zero test on tick here. So, like, if you're playing market structure, if you're playing profile structure, we understand. Okay, guys. Why did I have 21s as target? If we have yesterday value low, we have yesterday POC, we have we have these three levels. So if this fails to hold as supportive, where are we headed value-wise? Think about it like that. If this is no longer buyer value, where was our last buyer value? Here, right? Yes. So if this holds, where are we headed? To retest value above, right? So this gives us oscillations that we can play. We play our edges. If they now want to hold this as supportive, great. Let's find out where our previous value was. Okay, we know it's up here. Right? So if like 70s can hold, we'll look for a push to 85, the recovery of this, and a push back up to our 10s. Because we understand if we're playing just value levels, this is our current oscillation where our value is trying to be found. What we're trying to do right now is see if we can hold this level now after a retest of where buyers were present before. We are now looking to see if we can now recover this level and if they are now willing to participate here. If they are, we are targeting 10s. If we fail here, where are we headed? Well, most likely down to where value was found last time. Everything in between is just noise. We trade our value levels. Why did I have this marked the way I did? Because it's exactly what I'm talking about. If POC holds and we see a supportive bid, we're going to come back up the value. Yeah, and now it's like, again, I said move stops up into 70s because this is our key level. Either we'll find acceptance here, right? Back into our gap and where our POC is, and then we'll be able to lift from this, or it's going to fail. Buyers will get exhausted. We'll get a look below. The offer will be sitting here again, and then we'll get a push back down because we'll have a failure from buy side to break us out or accept us back over this value. We play edges. Does that make more sense? You guys are so scared at the edges, but like that's where we figure out what we're doing. That's where we put risk on and off, not in the middle. Not at the high. Move stops up, we're into our 94s, into our 85s. This is our target for longs. We either recover 85.50 on NQ and our 94s for a push back up, or this is where we expect our seller to offer. If 94s become supportive on ES, we target 300s above. If 85.50 becomes supportive, we target, again, this 503 to 510 area.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Looks like you guys had a very nice trendy morning.
Yeah, I don't know if people took advantage of it, to be honest, but yes.
Well, at least it looks nice, you know?
Yeah.
It'll look good hanging on the wall.
For me, we're just at our edges here. We either find acceptance over 94s for a pushback up to 300s, so there's 6 points on ES, or this will be our resistance. Just a big battle. I mean, it's the same levels as last week, right? Like this 90 edge.
Yes.
And then for NQ, we're at our 30-second opening range low at 85.50. Want to see 70s continue to hold as supportive. Our ETH low as well. Or just keep going.
Looks like not a ton of underlines caught that sell that was in the indices.
Yeah, you had SMH up like almost 5.5% this morning.
Ah, okay.
With TSM leading. And then they sold off.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Some two-sided trading going on there. The 93 3/4. I hate when like the book gets thin and then they just sling size and then it's just like done. Alright, what are we gonna do? Thanks, Tatum. I appreciate it. see a take here, yes. This is a nice rotation of NQ POC there.
Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Yeah, man, I have so much to Tatum. So much. That actually is the same thing that we did.
That's so much ham.
I like having it extra because I just like shred it and then freeze it and then pull it and just make like quiches and strata with it. We had so much. The best was my dad made like homemade sourdough rolls, and he forgot to turn a burner off on the stove, and when he pulled him out of the oven, he just like slapped him on the stove to cool. And, like burnt the bottom, so it was hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, they were fine. It wasn't that bad, but he was so butthurt about it. It was hilarious. Market wise, still just need to see this desire to take through 95 and then slap a bid there. You just can't quite get that oomph. NQ obviously peeking over this edge. Like to see 94s, 95 trades. If you get that quick 95 take, then we can see if we can keep going. Can't do it soon though. Probably a larger degree retrace is in order once again.
Turkey.
But yeah, I didn't even make turkey for Thanksgiving this year.
You just wanted an excuse to post the GIF.
Yeah, yes. Flex, simple brain, simple man. Same thing here as we approach the top of this tiny kind of like mini auction. For the last 15, 30 minutes so far. You need to see this take through 95.
Treat me like the last time we lasted more than a bottle of wine without a fight. We were alright for a while. I don't wanna be with you, but I feel myself acting in ways that I shouldn't do. I keep talking until I go blue, and it's always about you. You know I don't like to deep, but I like to keep ahead of you, and it's always about you. It's only a matter of time before we like to unwind with other people out there. No. I try and take myself out of the picture frame. No running, no restarting, this ain't no game. I know I'd be alright without you. I don't wanna be with you, but I feel myself acting in ways that I shouldn't do. I keep talking until I go blue, and it's always about you.
Still seeing some buy-side absorption there, bottom of range. Do know that your tick structure has shifted here. We're holding under 0. So if you see a strong sweeper and then cannot get back over into range, expect a larger degree retrace here. Down through kind of our node structure. You got POC below and ES. I see this like mid-60s on NQ. There's 0 tick test here. Turn of hour. That first NQ look here into the mid 60s. Yes, almost his POC test.
Risking off my first short here off the failure over 94s and 85s. Looking for 50s below on NQ and 7s. Yes. Range is the range. Curious to see what happens as SMH comes down into this fixed range POC at 2730. Hopefully we see lift, not a failure. Same for the Russell as we approach 2450. This is a POC retest. We're looking for one of these two reactions. Nothing has changed. Re-offer seller sitting here at this 2450 to 5, right? Where we see acceptance above on a Pierce and the bid holds up. If the offer's holding here, we expect another down leg across the board. Things that are going to give us lift is the ability for semis to cover. If we don't see this happen, I doubt tech hold. The reason why I'm focused on semis is it's one of the like greens though, especially tech wise, that has both holdings in RTY and NQ. So it's like if semis go red, the rest of the market's red. Not a good look. I really would love to see ability to lift, recover that. Top of our fixed range is supportive in our overnight high. Same thing for the Russell into POC. Just really want to recover that. Just gives the confidence of breaking out of this range a lot more credibility. Like, just doesn't make sense to look for more if nothing is showing that it wants to go up. They're really that simple. So love to see zeros hold on tick here and recovery of levels.
Shortly expecting the results from the Federal Reserve repo operation.
I'm not really saying much, but just so everyone like hopefully see this like the current auction right, all this new out. It's just that we're just rotating this 50 to 85 with 70 being pivot where PO. What you're watching for is can we recover OC bounce to retest the highs, or is this our offer?
Repo operation.
Failure to hold 50s and the offer stepping in below that is going to result in a far low. Just like if 85s become supportive, we get a push up to our highs. And And what does that mean for me? That means that I'm risking off actively into this low until I see the offer stack below it, and then we can look to potentially re-add to the position. But it's the same thing for ES, right? Like 94 and our 87 here. Have your auction right here. If 87s become resistance, then we come back down to value low, down at this, like, I don't know, 82, 84 area. Upside, we're looking for 94s to become supportive. Get that push, then you can go for that 300. Very similar thing. It's at the bottom of this local distribution, waiting for a direction. We watch for reoffers across the board. RTY into value low, SMH back into this fixed range zone low, ES into 87s, NQ back into this like 45-50. Watch to see if the seller sticks there for another leg, or if we can recover it. We didn't get breakout because SMH, RTY both rejected. Didn't get what we needed for upside. Just keep an eye on value lows below. Moving my stop down as we approach value lows on NQ and ES. Russell also into a potential double bottom into the 19. Gamma is still pushing down. Now done the full 10-point range on ES.
Says pull Microsoft with SMH2 into those downside pivots.
Again, just watch 87s on ES, bounced our value low, watch 4550 on NQ as we push up into the high of this little node. If offer is going to hold, right, stick, you be here. Or not, we continue to trade the same range. Watch SMH again into this bottom of fixed range. If the offer sticks, same with value low on RTY. Value low.
Last 3 minutes here till new half hours.
Is the range. Crazy.
Full tick rotation here as well.
So according to data, Bank of Japan bought 5.9289 trillion yen worth of government bonds outright in March, and they bought 87.5809 trillion yen worth of government bonds outright in the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024.
Here's your new half hours.
Buyers need to be very active on this retest back into our zones where we were looking for an offer. So 50s right on NQ, 7 edge on 87, 88 on yes, ideally if it's a push. These don't hold high hope. Same thing for the Russell at 21. See strong rebids. Our rebids are holding. Need to see a bit more aggressive. Yeah.
They like trade into these pockets of liquidity, and then the buyers like really don't want to take.
We need over 55 in Q for it to really matter at all. And it's annoying, guys. Given. Read the rate. $84 to $94 is 500. Money to be made.
Even with this load too, like we preach so much this like look into a node, clear the low volume node, can we accept? If yes, continue. If no, reject. Like it's very clean structure on pretty much every name here actually. You just need to be okay with the trade not taking 30 seconds and instead it takes 15 minutes. Same thing you guys do with your fixed ranges for smaller time frame stuff. Pretty close here till new PVZ print as well.
All on one. Can we hold the Russell PVC on this retest recovery and SMA break over 2764, top of our fixed range off the recovery? If those both can hold true, we have upside potential. If not, it's the same thing. Nothing has changed. It's NQ pushing into POC at 70s. If you are buying off of 50s, the rebid, risk off in 70 or move stop up at least as we next edge is 5. So
Primary ES here, the POC test.
just like with this previous, we are looking for the offer to not be here, right? And the bid to be step up, just like we saw here. Bid actively participate above 70. 65 to 70. Our seller be above, just like we here. Seller aggressively to the downside. Above that level we were looking for seller. If we are able to get over 70, that low 65s on a lift above, actively still just trading this range. Still proven otherwise. The range is persisting. Each testing our top edge here. Above Russell and S&P still pushing. Are at our pivot. Want to see the lift. Remember, this is ESPOC instance of step in. Low to trading direction. Really keeping an eye on that 25 here. Just want to really see bids slow. It pierces below again. The exact same setup we saw off of a Really want to see that level actively defended if we're gonna get it. Stuttering on YouTube. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe I'm just not talking close enough to the mic.
You guys should try refreshing and see if that fixes it.
Big retests across the board here for RTY and SMH, which were helping us lift. We really want to see active buyers here defend these lows, the higher lows. Without them, it's going to be very hard to see anything out. Gotta love Mondays, man. Ugh. Did you see that OpenAI has a model where it only needs 15 seconds of your voice to now capture it and replicate it perfectly? And they're too scared to release it.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah. 15 seconds of active dialogue.
I saw a bunch of those movie like clips where they take a scene and then they like could easily switch it to other languages as well as like change like the language presented.
Very cool.
You don't counter it. You embrace it. is no counter.
Speaking captcha. Gotta get the Neuralink chip inserted, Ratio. The only way we're gonna be able to add validity to your voice. Everything you say will be stored in some cloud server, you know, and then it'll be able to go back and recognize if you actually said that. Recording every one of your thoughts. I mean, it's not really a theory thing. I mean, it's gonna get out. Even if OpenAI like doesn't share it publicly, someone else is gonna figure it out or has already figured it out. Everyone can do the same stuff. Instead of 15 seconds, right now it probably takes about 2 minutes of dialogue to get a decent voice. But you see all of like the songs that are being made from AI musicians stealing beats. Both like their flow, but also like all of their like little speech impediments. Just takes like takes more, but like 15 seconds is, that's ridiculous. Yeah, Mario linked that from Tech Talk. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it's great. An actual application that isn't toxic or scammy. We'd love to see it. Backdoor 6570, new PVZ zones just opened. We can see it's the same levels that I already have marked on the chart. Go figure. Still need to see acceptance above these. What a boring day.
Little underlying check-in here. Tesla, Apple hitting heads on VWAP. Microsoft still undervalue low. Nvidia POC. SMH is just balanced here in a node.
Russell's starting to look like it needs to come down to 22s before we get anything, unless we see a bid like aggressively step in here soon. Like another minute.
Tick structure here is somewhat interesting. If we can't do a full range rotation, get stuck in middles. With the zero tick, we should see a lower low. Zero tick rejection, that is. Sorry, let me use proper English. If we can get the pop in full rotation, we're just doing our thing, you know? Top of range. Little peeks into these like post-lunch auctions. Did you get filled at your 70, Tatum? There it is.
Well, the way I see it, just from what I've drawn, is you've got this distribution here that could definitely use a bit more of structural repair at the lows if need be. So if we fail at 94s again, I can see us kind of coming down in this 79.50, 80 area, and then looking for a bid back above 84. That's like your last ditch effort if 94s fail again, just to fill in some of this low, if that makes sense. Got
That
about
looks good on
yeah, we've got like 4.5
too.
points above this distribution, like above 94 that we're trading in. But like that would be like here if we needed to fix this auction. So just I'm aware of it. If we can't get over 94s, I'm going to be looking to see any dip buys into this low, and then an active bid step in at 84 to lift us back up. If we don't see this active bid step in at this low, right, we're going to be watching for a incredibly strong offer to hold this tail, re-offer, and then push us down. But I think that there has potential if 94s fail again for us to kind of come down like 79 and then look. Hopefully we don't need to do that. Hopefully we build at 94, 95, right? We do one of these boys, get the pop back up to 303. But I'm just aware of it. This makes sense. If you have questions, please let me know.
Tatum, for your question here, so do you look at profiles to see if structure needs to be filled? Yes. Because remember, like, the entire market is just going to be balanced, and then you're going to have price discovery, right? So if we find the areas where we had that price discovery, we need to clean that up to confirm it.
It's a good way to find targets as well, Tatum. I learned that from Burn actually, where like if we're on like a daily or a weekly profile and we have a lot of structure built on the lower tail, you take the lower half of that profile and you can make that a measured move to make it an equal distribution at the highs to find a PT.
I think this is a good example that has a lot of confluence with what Sig posts above, but if you see like that 81, right, and that's like the newsletter reclaim pathing, why? Well, we can see that we have this imbalance up through where we put our lows in, this like really aggressive low volume node.
Sometimes it can help to visualize, like put on a standard D distribution profile, like an overlay on your chart on a profile that is like pretty one-sided right now, to give you better context of like what if this was an equalized profile, right, with a perfect distribution, what would that look like and where would be like the other edge of it. So like if we're going to have, you know, not all auctions are Ds, right? But like if we were trying to generate a PT that wasn't, and we didn't have any historical information to base it off of like higher targets, like you can always do that. just to fill in the structure, like where would we go in an equal auction? If one side is too heavy, like, okay, well, we're going to go to the other tail. If sellers fail at the lows, that side is too heavy. Maybe I need to draw that out. So, like, say you have a profile that looks more like this, where our POC is like here. We can look for this to become this, right? So we're looking for upside to fill this structure above, make this a completed D. If they fail at the lows, right? It's like, okay, well then, like, what's our breakout target? Well, then we look at where our POC is to where value low is here, and then we look, take this measurement and then put it on the highs, and then that would create an equal D. It's just a different way of looking at a distribution. If they fail at the lows, it's like, okay, well, that's kind of our target, unproven otherwise. It's good for generating PTs. Usually it has pretty solid confluence with like fibs, fib extensions. We don't have any historical information to go off of. But I mean, it's just one of those things. I don't know if the market wants to be balanced, but the end is always going to be balance, right? Like, you're always going to move up until you find an active seller, right? And you're always going to move down until you find an active buyer, and then you kind of trade in between those levels until we then do it again. So I guess, like, at the end goal is kind of always finding how do I... It's interesting, actually.
Well, you have to think too, like, okay, what about, like, most, like, 90% of the time that we're actually going to get movement, yes, there's going to be, like, someone's going to be a stronger participant, but more so because there's enough liquidity taken off the other side, right? Which results in a trap trader. So it's not that I don't want to use the word wants to be balanced, but balance, like, the effect of that has to be imbalance. At some point, someone's going to run out of liquidity and get off sides, and, like, the value is going to shift.
Inevitable.
It's like those stupid videos of, like, the dude, like, two people, like, selling eggs next to each other, right? And then, like, they keep lowering their prices, and then the one guy, like, buys all the other eggs and then raises his prices. That's literally it.
It's probably, yeah, we should probably find that video. People are like, what the hell are you talking about? That's a good one, though.
Not terminally online guys are like, what?
If NQ and ES can hold POC as the Russell comes down into 22s, I think that there is an ability to lift here. If the Russell finds a low as NQ and ES are testing the highs, right? But if Russell does not hold the low or cannot recover 25s either side of the range, right? We have two edges here, 25s and 22s. We're watching for reactions on either edge as NQ and ES are at the high of our range. If we can get a lift off 22s and a strong bid as NQ and ES are both holding this area, then that will allow us to come up for the full range, pick up into these highs. If the Russell comes up and breaks over 5 says we're doing that, it's the same thing. But the downside is if we reject 25s or reject 22s on a look below,
we get new lows, most definitely. Right, like we're relying really heavily right now on tech to carry and hold the market where it is, and if the Russell either fails to maintain the current range it's in, or fails to bid outside of the range, we then have to rely solely on NQ to be able to break the highs, which is just never a great look. It never works. Very rarely. So we really want to see confluence with 22s on RTY as the low,
NYMEX
and then a strong
gasoline
bid
May
step in.
futures settle at
as,
$2.71
NQ retests the
a
highs.
gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.62 a gallon. US crude oil futures settle at $83.71 a barrel. That's up 54 cents or 0.65%.
For these end of day moves, it's usually we see the Russell kind of coming back down to the lows, our value low on PVZ, and then we see reactions afterwards.
May futures set at $1.83.
Been like the end of day trade for the last, I don't know, 4 weeks, just waiting for the Russell to come down and then initiate. Then we usually get a move across everything. If you need an example, you can look in trade reviews. It's the last trade that I posted. Just the Russell coming down to this value low, PVZ, the green line, and then everything else basically holding our current ranges, and then an immediate reaction off of that.
The limits on the ask here are less than they were before. It was more like stacked into 95 less when we were up here, but they are more spread out. Still, same thing, like you need a big take. Apple can't get overview up. Tesla is back into this value high. We're same spot as earlier when we were testing this area. Microsoft still testing value low. You did get an SMH lift.
Just waiting on the Russell in 25s. See if we can get back over value low here. Previous value low. Retesting though.
Why? Yes, kids.
'94's top of range on yes. No stops if you're long. Same with NQ into our 85s. Watching Russell as we approach this PVZ previous value and our current PVZ POC. Just clear pivot. Good morning. Holy.
In what, in California it's like 8 a.m., 9 a.m.
Brent crude futures settle at $87.42 a barrel. That's up 42 cents or spot 48%.
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside. Chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight.
Well, are we having a fun afternoon, friends?
You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing down under the
You seen what the IWM current holdings are right now? The top holdings.
No, I've not seen a reweighting.
It's,
I think a lot of
it's
okay, I was gonna say
terrifying,
it's
dude.
yeah, it's all like
The
chips
MSTR.
too.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Yes. Well, because SMCI I think is supposed to get out.
Oh, yeah, it is. Which means MSTR will be the highest.
Yep.
Oh no.
I mean, once upon a time, I think AMC was up on the top of that list too.
Excuse me. Tomorrow better be better, man. Like so many days I
Hopefully
can take
it
of
is.
this.
I guess I'm not surprised, but I am that it's a little bit slower today. No, yeah, that's nice sauce. Take those scalps.
The only thing being offered. $94 top edge still holding back down to our 90. You want to see buyers step in at 90s, or again, like it's just the same range rotation again and again. Semis failed to break and hold our pivot. Russell still just chopping sideways. NQ at our 70 pivot still. Buy side needs to hold the 65.70. You really don't want it to look below. Offer moves down to 65s on a look below, then it's just the same as before, where 65 to 50 becomes your new range between the two blue zones. I still think 22s is what we're looking for on the Russell to decide. We hold value on retest, or does it break and push below? If you are playing the range and you are playing off 94s, please move stops down. Remember what I talked about with another failure at 94s. If we don't see a strong bid on the Russell at 22s, we could be going for a deeper low. That chart that I posted, right? We want to actively see buyers willing to participate here to defend the our weekly PLC at this 90 right now. If not, then there's attempt a decent potential, right? That we come back down and make a new low and then look for that rebid. So really important that the Russell finds a low there, and ideally semis as well. Same area as before. Or we might be going for a seek of liquidity. This is like my least favorite kind of market, where we just run in London and then do nothing except for like retrace the at least partially or the whole move London in the morning and then go sideways for the rest of the day and then leave it up to London again to move the market and make like these little incremental pushes that just look like nothing in the RTH period. It's the worst. It means that I have to get up earlier. I usually try not to trade for the first 30 minutes of the day, but it's like that first hour is if you don't have a plan, you're in a pretty terrible position. You haven't like figured out what you want to do in the first 30 minutes. So like that's the move. After that, I'll try to have a morning plan done before I get on. Just of like our major pivots and direction. I usually don't on Mondays just because I don't really have too much to work with other than last week's levels. Like to see where we go, and then we have a bit more structure to play off of. Especially on a shorter weekend, it's like, I don't know if any of last week's action was meaningful or not.
I would expect later into the week, with last week's inside week, that we do get an edge test.
Yeah, definitely.
I guess we did today. We took out the highs and then failed, but it wasn't RTH.
I just don't know how much of last week was actively rebalancing, and if that means anything in overall structure. So that's what I mean by that. It's like Mondays, so it's just like, okay, let's see what happens, and then tomorrow we'll have a better idea structurally what we're talking about. At least me. Especially with how slow it is today, it still actively seems like people are unsure. Semis holding our low, Russell retesting our 25. For a break, again, we need to see Russell over 25s and semis over 27.64. It's the same trade as before. It's just this range rotation. If we want any sort of break outside of this range, right, we need to see a break out of either of these names for anything sustainable. Yep, Yes, our 8550 is the top for NQ until we see a look above and the ability to hold. What you ideally want to see for NQ for a sustained move is a look into our ORM, the ability to then bid that 8550 and push into target if it's going to go any higher. Want to see a rebid and not just this like pick trading where we're just holding off or at 85s. Again, Russell top of range here. This is why I said actively move your stops down as we approach that 90 from the 94s. We're just still holding POC. No change.
This look above is being supported by basically all of our major underlines here. Nvidia did not make the higher high, but we had the Apple over VWAP, Tesla over value high, Microsoft accepting into value. If these retests hold, you want to see those underlines participate too.
Yeah, ideally a bid on like NQ ETH low here, and then a push over 85s. 8550. Google squeeze? Surely. Bull flag. I don't think the flag is supposed to be longer than the flagpole. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but
Surely.
yeah. I need more boomers to ape into MSTR instead of Bitcoin itself. That IWM out.
True.
Where are the boomers? There he is. For sure, some reason YouTube chat was disabled on the stream. Not sure why.
Strange.
Or at least that's what it says for me. I don't know if you guys can type, but I can't see. Straight up says it's disabled. Classic Florida woman. Did they announce a date for the new GTA? Excited to be
I
able to
don't
play
think
in
so.
Florida. is your first risk off. If you are shorting off of 85 high, back down to our 70 edge, we see if a buyer is still willing to participate here, or if we get the look below 65s and the offer holds. This is just our intermittent pivot, the 4L test. Not a ton until either of the things I said need to happen. Russell over 5s, SMH holding our 2764, etc., etc. Like the ranges are persisting. We are seeing a willingness on RTY that we weren't before, to kind of hold up here a bit longer, but we still need to see that lift over POC. Hopefully, at least the ranges, things I've been saying, make sense in retrospect. Charts. Have a better understanding of how to play what I'm saying next tomorrow. Looking like it'll probably be the same thing. So. Really get ready for more of the same. We get some sort of crazy squeeze and break over value high. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's been like a pretty similar pattern the last couple of weeks. Just like closing right at our 4L. Getting a squeeze above end of the day, and that's the move. Respect that as like your pivot for like 90% of the day. That was a lot of last week. So you see acceptance above overage, like what are you doing?
the last 5 minutes, Ty.
I would have wished that on my
Surely
worst
that's a
enemy.
healthy way to do it. I would say the last 15 minutes of the day is where you have the least amount of edge in the entire day.
That couldn't be true. That's where I make all my money. You're telling me you don't full port YOLO in the end of the day, giving up all your profits?
Sometimes.
That's crazy. Yeah, true.
Oh boy.
We're kind of in the middle of nowhere options wise. We need to get over SPX 250. Really want it. Really 56 on SPX. That's like squeeze territory. Right now it's nothing. Literally nothing. Better hope for a positive MOC. That's like your last catalyst for the day. Did anyone see that new Godzilla versus Kong movie? The New Empire? I didn't even realize it was a 56 on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh wait, no it doesn't. 76. I watched Roadhouse this weekend. Oh my god, so bad.
Not a fan.
Holy. I mean, it's just like, why?
We've been getting through Resident Alien.
You like it? I've heard people love it.
Yeah, I like wasn't super excited at first,
Yeah.
but like I really enjoy it now.
Okay.
It's fun. It's like they do a really good job of like with the characters. I thought where they have like very distinct personalities and you like there's a lot of like ebb and flow where like you really like some characters then like really don't. And like so it's like exciting in that term. It's like stupid comedy
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a good story kind of thing. Like, I think it's just like a well done show.
Mm-hmm. It's in my queue. I'll have to give it a try. Comedies are so hit or miss for me. It has to be like
Yeah,
really specific.
I like. I don't know if I would call it like a comedy as like a baseline. It's just like more comedic in nature.
Got it.
It even reminds me of like maybe this is bad, but like I think back to like Wedding Crasher-esque movies where like yes, it's a comedy movie, but like it's more about the story and
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
actors are what make it the comedy.
A show of personalities.
Yeah.
Look at these pivots just playing. Oh my god. Imagine. Did you watch it, kids? Actually? How many times did you fall asleep in the first episode? Not once? Wow. Impressive. I haven't started it. I'm reading the books before I start. But from my friend group, most of them have given up on the first episode. Well, I expect it to be quite different. I'm fine going to as a sci-fi show, but there's gonna be it's gonna be incredibly hard to convey the concepts that are conveyed in the book. So I don't expect it to be like even semi-similar. But it's supposed to be like an amazing sci-fi series, so I figured I would read it. And I don't want to get it like twisted while I'm in the middle of the second book. Not worth. True. they also gave us the first, 4 seasons. They're usually pretty good with source material. Don't let them be creative. Pushing into MOC now, guys. Minutes. Half minute. Well, it's interesting because the three body prop, like the show, China just made a version of it. I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, not even. So it's interesting that they decided to make an Americanized version. I wonder if it's pretty similar to that version. You see that a lot with Western shows. It's like they'll see something do well and someone's already adapted it. You see that a lot with Korean shows and movies. And like they're like, oh, well, they've already created the format for us. Now we just change a couple plot points. The storyboard's already done. See that a lot with Korean dramas. But I'm wondering if it's similar or not. Not the film. It's a show. But they also have a film. Crazy. But it's a Chinese story. Like the writer original. It's the translated novel or 3 novels. Yeah, see, they made their own literally last year, and it's still ongoing. Which is pretty strange.
Last half hour here. Yep.
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 Okay, so you can watch it on Peacock. Interesting. Spoilers. 30 episodes is big. Semi is still holding our oscillation. Russell's still trapped between these two pivots. ES back to 94s. Buyer's still willing to defend 65s on NQ, no change. Ranges persist.
Bid once again interested there towards 93 3/4, 94. Perfect sauce. Very good.
At least someone's trading the range. Okay.
You can see here two. Here, let me take this picture.
NQ, or sorry, RTY into 22, SAR value low. Edge is interesting if it can hold. Other than that, same thing as before. Move stops down if you're shorting off 94s. Next target 87s if 90s become resistant. If Russell holds a supportive bid here at 22s, I don't expect a ton more downside, but we'll see. Semi is also testing our low of range. You see a strong sweep from sellers for continuation here. I don't want them to get stuffed again. If they do, then I mean it's just the same shit again. You have to be very careful with shorts if you have runners. If 20s do hold on the Russell, semis catch a bit. If shorts can't push this thing down and hold like 91 on ES, 70s on NQ. Other than that, same thing. Just looking for continuation or a bid to step in and show their hand. Right now, very passive. Back to our 94s. Russell still maintaining our low. Again, not really incredibly bearish until under 22s or over 25s for bullish. Just continuing to oscillate this range until one of those sides breaks on RTY. SMH still holding our oscillation. Pushing into our 25 now on RTY, top of range. Six minutes left, or 16, yeah. MI is coming into top of our range here, looking for reaction. 764, 2037, just ETHI. See if we hold this low, sorry, this high. Our previous seller was. If we can get above it, only way we get out of here.
He's not ready, sauce.
MLC closing here. 30 seconds.
Market on closing balance, 1.3 billion to the buy side. That's the market on closing balance for today's session, 1.3 billion to buy.
Okay. Testing our edges here. Both Russell down into 22s. Only difference. Everything else up at the high edge. See if the Russell can hold. We don't want to retest 70s again on NQ. You want to see the bid maintain that so that that seller's offsides at 68.70. Only way you get lift. More size coming on in that 68.70 area. Not as offside anymore. See if this Russell hold can do it. What were their deliverables? Does the market care?
You estimate 0?
Thank the Lord.
I'd love to see this 53 tag on ES, 5300.
I just want tens. Just give me the tens. There it is. I look to see if that ORH edge can hold. If so, then we can target probably what, like 25s, threes. Four and a half minutes left. 4 minutes. Been waiting for that move for so long. That's straight to target, 300.5, with our 90s holding as support. Has been written on the chart for 5 hours.
Waiting for the Google candle kiss. Oh my goodness. What about
Russell-
the Microsoft candle?
Russell back to 25s here. Need to see a break, or this is probably it. See if Tesla can get us over ETH low here, our value high.
3 minutes.
Yep. You want 94s to hold on NQ, the recovery of 503.50 off that. Russell still failing to break out, but holding the low. Riley's back to 22.54. Right?
Yeah, I saw that. Had a good day.
We watch the reoffer here on NQ. See if we can get over our ORH. All right, I will see you all tomorrow. Today was lame, but ranges played very well. Our pivots held, our targets held. If the pivots held, everything played. It sucked, but it happened.
We were here. All right, guys. Once again, class moved Thursday. Go enjoy your Monday. I don't have anything else for you.
Yeah, I'll be here bright and early tomorrow, and now that we have some structure built out, hopefully, let me repost the higher time chart. So we have the overnight move might be just a player. Just gonna post this. I'll let you know if I change anything. But this is the general idea. All right. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.